to order. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
1.3, approval of agenda.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 2.1, spring activities recognition.
Gotta let these guys get up here real quick. So our spring season went really well. We want to thank you for the chance again to celebrate the hard work and achievements of our student athletes here. Our kids represented our teams, our school, and our community really well this spring. I'm going to start off with baseball and softball. Baseball and softball teams each had 14 wins in the regular season. The baseball team had some great wins against the most competitive league in the state. The Sunflower League represented both the East and West divisions in the state title game this year. We also had several student athletes that had all league honors. The softball team also had a great season. They took the eventual state champions, Olathe West, to extra innings in one of the most exciting games in the regional championship. This game showed the character and determination of our young team. The softball team also had several all-league honors, including the Player of the Year in Sunflower League, Charlie Lattiman. Charlie also set the school's home run record for this season. Coach Calvin is really excited about a very talented team coming back next year. We have 7 of 9 starters coming back. The golf team had a great season. I don't know if either one of the golf guys are here tonight. But the golf team had a great season. Last year we had 1 golfer that qualified for the state tournament. This year we had 2. This is the first time in a long time that we've had more than 1. Juniors Brody Lewis and Maverick Cordray were able to make a strong field of golfers. They came up short to make the cut the first day, but Coach Enlow is really excited to have them back next year and lead the Blazers' growing golf team. In tennis this year, Isaiah is with us here tonight. In tennis this year, senior Isaiah Lang qualified for the state tournament. This is the first time in 20 years that we've had a male individual boys qualifier. And Isaiah is also the first 6A male tennis player to ever make the state tournament in school history. He had 3 great matches at the state tournament. His first one, the first 2 went into overtime, right? And really exciting. He played extremely well in an extremely windy day. Coach Abermite was extremely excited about Isaiah and his performance, but he's also excited about the future of the tennis program. Good job, Isaiah. The Blazers track and field program, which is well represented here tonight. If I call your name, just step forward. The Blazers track and field program had another record-breaking number of participants this year and enjoyed many fantastic performances throughout the spring. 24 Blazers made it to the state track meet this year. 10 earning state medals and 2 coming back as state champions. Some of the 24 include Isabella Blochlinger. Did I say that right? Blocklinger? Blocklinger, sorry. Pole vault, Hallie Moodley, triple jump. The girls 4x8 team of Olivia Wallian, Michaela Cox, Sarah Harpt, Sierra Lynch, and Maya Cortez. And the boys 4x8 team of Cade Holton, Jude Miley, Aiden Sherman, Landon Watson, Tim Thuku, and Robert Faulkner. Our 10 medalists include Riley Sanders, 7th overall in javelin. Peyton Freeman, 6th overall in javelin. Natalie Campbell, 5th overall in pole vault. Mason Hill, 2nd overall in pole vault, tying with Ben Carlin, 2nd overall in pole vault. Hayden Meets, 5th overall in triple jump. Braden Hines, 7th overall in the 110-meter hurdles. And Landry Schaefer, 8th overall in the open 400. And our 2 state champions include Carter Keyser in pole vault. Fun fact, Carter never won a varsity meet until the state championship. So, way to make it count, Carter. And then Braven Powell Brown, 110-meter hurdles. He also broke the school record, his own school record, at the state track meet. We want to give a special thanks to all our senior athletes this year. They are a special group and great leaders and are going to be truly missed. Thank you again for all of your support of GHS students and athletic programs. Kids are currently hard at work preparing for the 25-26 seasons and to add to the great legacy of Trailblazer Athletics. Thank you.
Would the personal finance team come up? Come on, as promised. There you go. Good job, guys. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity again to share about the highlights of activity success at the high school this spring. I also want to thank the board, Dr. Huff, Central Office Administration, and our building administration for their support of our students and programs. In April of this year, our orchestra, band, and choir attended Keisha Large Group Music Contest in Lawrence. It's always very competitive. Our treble choir got a 1, our mixed choir got a 2, our wind ensemble and band got a 2, and our symphonic band got a 2. Our chamber orchestra got a 1, and our Philharmonic Orchestra got a 2. This spring, the high school performed Little Women. It was quite simply amazing. We appreciate all the sound and lighting upgrades to the theater and the support from the board and the district for this group. In the fall, as a side note, we'll be performing Shrek the Musical. We hope to see everybody come out. The kids are super excited about getting to do that. We had 4 students qualify for the National Ed Rising competition in Orlando, Florida. Sophia Tortolero, Hannah Irwin, Libby Fry, and Morgan McKinley. They placed high enough at the state competition to earn that invitation. Only Hannah was able to work it into her schedule this summer, so she and the sponsor, Kaylee Perez, will represent us in Orlando from June 25th to the 29th. In the spring, one of the fun things that we get to do is our special education students attend a Job Olympics. 4 of our trails students placed in the top 3 there and got medals. It would be Blake Woods, Sage Marshall, Cambria Guy, and Dakota Berger. 6 of our other special education students placed as well. Kelsey Brown placed 5th and 9th. Colin Morales placed 4th. Eliana Rafferty placed 5th. Emily Turley placed 5th. Garrett Inslee placed 1st in sorting laundry and 5th place in another event. And Dylan Moore placed 7th. So they had a nice showing to represent the district in that competition. This past week, one of the cooler things I've been a part of since I've been here, we hosted the National High School Barbecue Championships. It was truly a group effort. Rochelle Kilgore and our students, Troy Branch, and I'm going to mess this up. I hope Inari forgives me later. Inari Sirathasak lifted a Kobe, Marie Miller, Braden Denke, and Leland Brown did a fantastic job. They competed in brisket, ribs, ribeye steak, chili, chicken lollipops, and grilled cheese. They finished 28th out of 74 teams in chicken, and they finished 39th out of 74 in ribs. The rest of those, we were in the kind of middle half, and the rest of them, and we finished in the bottom half overall. They did not finish as high as they would have liked, but it was their first time at Nationals, and we're all very proud of them. Next year, that competition is in Dallas, and they're already making plans, so they're excited. Finally, our gifted instructor, Meg Hunting, took a group of students to the state personal finance competition in Wichita. They competed in a quiz bowl type competition. Is that right? Was that first? No? All right, I messed it up, but we'll go with it. But here's the part that I think is maybe the coolest that I get to talk about all year. They had to prepare a presentation for a group of personal finance experts on how a fictitious family could plan to meet their financial goals. They had 2 hours to prepare the presentation. It was judged by those financial professionals, and they were state champions, right? They were as good as it gets. The Kansas Council on Economics paid for the team to then attend the National Personal Finance Competition in Atlanta, Georgia. Meg Hunting was unable to attend, but Wade McNanny stepped in and took the group. Tessa Heinen, Violet Heinen, Jaden Casper, and Holly McNanny represented us in Atlanta. Violet stepped in for Ethan Perez, who could not attend, but did compete at the state level. They didn't place at Nationals, but for me, the best part was how excited they were when they came home to talk about furthering their study of personal finance, starting a personal finance club, and what they could do to be more successful when they went back next year. So it was a cool experience. Thank you. Well done.
.1 Commendations and Notes of Appreciation. We do have one letter this month that Greg is going to read for us.
This is from the Educational Services Committee, Ed Services Department. They wanted us to give a shout out to the local Hampton Inn. The Hampton Inn just hosted 150 educators over 3 days for our BIST conference. The representatives from the hotel mentioned numerous times how happy they were to partner with the school district and look forward to working together in the future. We just really wanted to take that time to say thank you for everything that they did and to thank the hotel for their accommodations.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you to the Hampton Inn. 4.1 Hearing of Requests and Suggestions of Citizens. We have 2 speakers tonight. First will be Susan Muscroft, followed by Carrie Schmidt.
You just come over here to the podium.
Okay. Okay. I'm ready. Okay. Yeah. My name is Susan Muscroft, and I've been a para in comms, and I've been with this district for 8 years. Love it. I came down with an illness, and I started noticing the problem, and that was in Thanksgiving, this last Thanksgiving. It would cause me to do things like doze off, and it got worse, and I was seeing a doctor, and then we fought to get through this. We won. We've gotten through it. I'm still on the meds. I take a shot every week, and then every 2 weeks for 4 weeks, 2 weeks after that that one's 3 months. And I have no reason to need any extra help or anything, per my doctor too, to go back to work if I could. This was all medical, scary, blessed that my doctor figured it out. And that's all I have on that. Okay? This is a great school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Next will be Carrie Schmidt.
Okay. My purpose tonight is to inform the public and the board of the content in Water for Elephants by Sarah Grun. This book is currently available in the high school library. However, of the changes that you've made to the policy last month, it appears that it allows middle schoolers to check out the book as well if requested. If you don't want to hear me read porn that is available to students in the district, then turn down your volume at home or leave this room, please. Page 133 to 134. It's multiple women. Hi, honey, says Barbara. Oh, you are a sweet thing. So tell me, Jacob, have you ever been with a woman? Her hand slips between my legs and slides over my crotch. Then she takes my hand and places it on her left breast, right where the nipple must be. Oh, God, I'm touching a breast. I'm pondering this change of position when she takes a hold of my hand again. This time she pulls it under her skirt and presses my fingers against hot, moist silk. I catch my breath. She moves my hand up and down over her strange and wonderful valleys. Oh, shit. I may come right now. She purrs, rearranging my hand so that the middle finger presses further into her. Warm silk bulges around both sides of my finger, pulsing under my touch. She removes my hand, placing it back on my knee, and then gives my crotch an experimental squeeze. She says, her eyes half closed. He's ready, Nell. Damn, I love them at this age. The rest of the night passes in epileptic flashes. Someone's yanking on my pants. Oh, God, she's touching me. Stroking experimentally. I prop myself up on my elbows and look down. It's limp. A tiny pink turtle hiding in its shell. It also seems to be stuck to my leg. She peels it free, delves both of her hands between my thighs to spread them, and reaches down for my balls. She rests them on one hand, juggling them like eggs, while she examines my penis. It flops hopelessly under her manipulations while I watch, mortified. She fishes a skinny breast from her dress and lifts it to my mouth. She rubs it all over my face. Now her lipsticked mouth is coming at me, a gaping maw with tongue extended. Then I feel a mouth close around the head of my penis. I gasp. The woman giggle, but it's a purring sound, an encouraging sound as they continue to get a response. Oh, God, she's sucking it, for God's sake. I want to know how you will get this porn out of the district now, because it is not age appropriate, nor does it follow any ethical standards. By changing your policy, you just gave the green light for this kind of sexually explicit content to keep entering the libraries without a way for parents and staff to protect all children from it. Basically, you are saying, here, kids, your parents may not know this book is in here, but you get some porn, you get some porn, you get some porn. Your change in policy supports grooming. Every parent who has put in a review, not just me, has done so to protect every single child in this district. You have now put children in danger. Not every parent has the time to research your entire district library to weed out the porn so their children don't get exposed to something that changes their brain chemistry forever. It's disturbing that you don't want to put it in, or you don't want to put in the work to protect children. I'm disappointed.
That will bring us to 5.1, grants and donations, presented by Greg.
For Sunflower Elementary, we have an anonymous donation for negative meal accounts. Moonlight Elementary, another anonymous donation for book fair money for children in need. Another one from Moonlight Elementary, Jennifer Whitmore from Excelligence Learning, Teacher Appreciation Week, school supplies and Legos. Madison Elementary, also Excelligence, provided teachers with extra supplies. And to the district office, anonymous for more negative meal balances. Grand total was $207.17 plus the supplies. Thank you guys very much for all your donations.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you to the generous donors. Consideration of consent. 6.1, minutes of the regular meeting held on May 12th. 6.2, approval of contracts and purchases. 6.3, financial statements. 6.4, approval of claims.
Make a motion to approve.
All those in favor? None opposed. Nothing in 7. 8.1, Superintendent Dr. Brian Huff.
Good evening, all. It's good to see everybody on this beautiful June day. It's really nice to celebrate with all of our state champions. It's really great to see the excellence in our kids. I also wanted to reiterate, Mike Simpson had brought up the competition we had at the high school this last week. It was absolutely incredible to see the parking lot filled with tents and smoke and kids and adults. It was a whole lot of fun, and had a chance to talk to the organizers there. They were extraordinarily impressed with our staff and with our facilities, and they would like to be back again. So we're hoping that maybe this, in sometime in the future, they can come back and join us again. I did want to send a shout out to, Ms. Kilgore was brought up, Mike Simpson, Frank Bell, a lot, and they're sitting in the back here. Thank you for your work as well as the custodial team at the high school. It was definitely a team effort to get that group there, and absolutely incredible. So it was nice to be able to show off our facilities. Also wanted to encourage those who are in our audience and everybody to take a look at our bond dashboard on a regular basis. We are going to vote in the spending, not the spending, but the selling of $100 million of bonds. Actually, more than that, because we're going to refinance our 2016 A bonds as well. And we want our public to be very aware of where that money is going and how we're spending it. And so you can keep track of this in real time over the next several years as projects get started, are through, going through the process and then coming to fruition. So we have a lot ahead of us in the next couple of years. I also wanted to make our public aware that we are going to be changing our platform for our board meetings next month. So right now we use Board Docs. Board Docs is a subsidiary of Diligent. Diligent is no longer supporting Board Docs, so we have to move to the other platform. We'll be moving to the platform Diligent next month. It should be a fairly seamless move, although Deb is a little bit worried about the whole process. We know that she's going to be amazing as she brings us through this. You are going to see a change on the website. You'll see a change in how meetings are run, but that'll all be coming up next month. We do hope it's a better experience for our public. All of our board policies will be in Diligent. All of the agenda minutes and agendas for our board committees are going to be there. All of our videos of our board meetings will be there. All of the minutes and agendas for our board meetings will be there. It'll be the one-stop shop for everything board related. And so next month, you'll also see a different method for our board members to vote and interact. So I'm sure it'll be wonderfully smooth next month, right? It's going to be great. So we invite you to join us in that. And then I also wanted to give a shout out to Melissa McIntyre. This is the last board meeting for Melissa McIntyre. I'm sure, unless you're planning on coming back next month just to visit. Likely no. So Melissa, I'm going to take a little bit of time and brag on Melissa. Melissa is one of those personalities that it's very unique. It's a gift that she has that I think everybody feels like, Melissa thinks I'm her best friend. That's how she treats everybody around her. And those who work around her know exactly what I'm talking about. And there's been a lot of tears. There's going to be a lot of tears. and she does a lot for us. I call Melissa our unicorn, not because she's strange, but she is very unique, and her skill set is unique and powerful. And she does so much for this building, this district, this group, and we are going to miss you tremendously. And we know that we're in great hands with Terry Mulholland. She's going to do a fabulous job. But we had to have a crew of people take on the duties that Melissa does on her own right now. So many thanks to you. You've had a great career. You can slow down and say, well done. It's been a joy to get to know you this past few years. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Huff. That will bring us to 8.2, comments by the Board of Education. And so I'm not following this time. I'll lead it off. Melissa, thank you very much for all you've done. It's been a joy working with you.
Well, I will also echo to not only thank but congratulate Melissa. As Dr. Huff imagined, I think I've learned more in the last 18 months, and then obviously have known Melissa for some time. There's very few pieces of our district that she doesn't have a hand in, and people that she helps along the way, and that will be tremendously missed. But we're incredibly grateful that we've had the opportunity to have you as part of our team for so long, and your family as part of the district for so long. Wanted to send a note, congratulations to our band and color guard team who just came back from their trip to DC over Memorial Weekend. I don't know if some of you saw the videos that were shared, but that was a pretty neat deal, seeing the Blazer blue and white walking along the parade route, and the team working so hard and getting ready for that. An exciting way to kick off the summer. Amy will speak about later on, but the thanks to her and her bond team for what they're bringing to the table with savings that we're going to be able to see by refinancing. It is nothing to speak shortly of. $3 million and the significance that has on our district expenses is extremely hard work, and something that I'm glad that we continue to push for. And then finally, just a quick note, they just left the room, but I did want to thank everyone, including the GEHS staff, Mark and his team especially, for all the work for graduation. This year was an incredibly special day for my family, but so much work goes into that we don't see. So thank you, Mark, for the hours that go in to get that set up, and for everyone that worked so hard to make that an important day. And then a final thanks again for all the folks that work with Project Grad throughout the year. That night was fantastic. We took the kids up to serve. We took about 230, give or take, kids up to serve for the night, brought them home about 2:45 in the morning. I'll say the bus ride up was very noisy and raucous. The bus ride back was like a church mouse. Everyone was gassed, which is the goal of that, to create a safe environment and a really neat space for them to do that. So thank you all the parents that organized that, the board, and now they've passed the baton on to the class of 2026, and they'll be looking for help and assistance as far as fundraising and creating that event for next year's seniors. Thank you all so much.
I just wanted to echo thank you to Melissa. You have given yourself more than anybody could have expected. I know you had many nights when you didn't sleep because you had concern for our students. I know you personally were cheering for my 3 kids that went through. So you deserve it. Enjoy, and thank you.
I don't mind echoing. Miss Mack, your whole family, but you specifically, you've touched all 3 of my kids' lives through their education. Countless things that you've brought to this district. Crazy ideas that we've all had that you've made come to fruition. I just wanted to say thank you. And last I heard, I think we're up to like 4 or 5 people that are going to get, so. But I do genuinely appreciate everything, and I hope you enjoy your retirement. And I know that you've taken the watch for quite a while with our after hours program. I'm glad to know that we have some really good people that will take that mantle from you. I did want to echo for graduation. Mark and his team, specifically Mark initially saved us from a tent that was trying to kill us before the graduation. But that just makes all the crap we go through up here worth it. To be able to sit there and watch everything, the speeches. I still think about the poem that I think Miss Carlisle said. Just a beautiful graduation. So I wasn't able to go to the barbecue, but I got to Facebook stalk it. I was just so impressed by just the pictures. I don't know what school or if it was a collection of schools, but praying around the flagpole before they started. And I mean, just the whole thing was just really cool. So hopefully we get the opportunity to have that again and host that.
That will bring us to 9.1, elementary, middle, and high school handbooks.
No, we don't. This is just informational for you all, so you have it for a month before we actually vote on it in July. And we know that there's just a lot of meat in these handbooks, and so it just gives you an opportunity to see them.
All right, 9.2, the strategic plan.
The strategic plan is the same as we had brought last month. You all worked on it during the work session. Our goals remain on the wall. This group is steadfast in the direction that we are taking this district, and I appreciate that. I will point out a huge thanks to our team that put a lot of hours into developing this around the direction of the board at our meeting. There are some really solid goals in there and also some very specific tasks within the strategic plan. This is the official vote tonight.
I would make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 9.3, approval of resolution authorizing issuance, sale, and delivery of general obligation refunding and improvement bonds.
Good evening. As Heath shared with us earlier, we had a very successful sale of the bond that our voters passed as a referendum in April. We also were able to include the refinancing of our 2016 bonds, what was remaining there, and achieve an amazing amount of savings over the rest of the life of that bond. So just a couple of quick numbers for you. We did sell it on May 19th, and I'll give big props to Piper Sandler for timing the market exquisitely, because it was a little hectic in there, but they had that date in mind and it worked out really well for us. The closing date will be July 3rd, as far as you guys approve this tonight, obviously the sale. We are selling $127 million, and that does include the $100 million of the new money and the $27 million of the refinanced money, and that's all in one package so that we were able to achieve those savings. The amount that we'll have available for construction for our projects is almost 104.1 million, and that is before any investments of that idle funds. So we feel like that was really well done there as well. And then we're also going to be saving on the 2016 bond. We'll save just over $3.9 million on that one by mostly in interest costs. Dustin, correct me if I'm wrong, but in interest costs, because we're going to level out those payments. They were very balloon loaded at the very end of the life of that bond. And so we're going to smooth those out, and that's where we're going to achieve a majority of the savings, plus the 0.5% that we were achieving from refinancing. So that's a lot of money that goes back, into our bond fund and able to use for mill levy management and those types of things moving forward. So I'll let Dustin give any additional information or answer any questions.
Yeah, well done. I don't need to say anything more than that. So I think it was obviously a great result. And again, I think it goes back to the primary objectives. Obviously, meeting the mill levy objective communicated to voters, which is not increasing the mill levy associated with the $100 million bond project. And obviously the next part is maximizing dollars for construction, which obviously includes the sale and having $104 million available, and then the investment of the bonds as well will be important. Obviously, making sure they're safe, secure, and we maximize the investment earnings so that the district has some flexibility relative to other projects that may be considered within the framework of what was approved by voters. So, really, really good outcome.
So you are approving the authorization to sell these bonds that we will close. Also included in there, just want to make sure you're aware that Security Bank will be handling the paying of our bills basically as part of this. We've done this before. We've worked with them in the past. They do a great job. of holding those funds, and then we push them off to them when those authorizations come through for all the payments, and they basically take care of that for us. So that's what's in this resolution, and it is a roll call vote.
All right, being a roll call vote, I'll start with Patrick.
Gotta have a motion. Need to read the motion.
Oh.
Approval of a resolution authorizing and directing the issuance, sale, and delivery of 127,195,000 of general obligation refunding and improvement bonds, Series 2025 of Unified School District Number 231, Johnson County, Kansas, Gardner, Edgerton, providing for the levy and collection of an annual tax for the purpose of paying the principal of and interest on said bonds as they become due, making certain covenants and agreements to provide for the payment and security thereof, and authorizing certain other documents and actions connected therewith. Motion to do all those things.
Or we need a second.
Second.
Patrick,
I vote yes.
Katie,
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Greg,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Heath.
Yes.
Okay, before we go on, I know that you've all heard me say this again and again, but I'm going to say it just because it needs to be said again and again. Keeping in mind that that is the referendum, $100 million plus the $27 million of refinancing for the 2016 A bonds. I just don't want there to be any question whatsoever that we asked for the voters for $100 million, and that is indeed what this board is doing, is the $100 million. So thank you very much. Thank you, board. This is a huge moment for our district.
Thank you, Amy.
Yep, I'm up again, so keep going.
All right, 10.1, building needs assessment.
Okay, so we're just bringing this to you for information as part of the budget process. We do conduct the building needs assessments with our administrators, our building leadership teams, and all of you. So thank you to those that participated this year and worked with our buildings to ask them their needs to meet all of the goals that in our strategic plan and beyond, and obviously for the success of our students. So please review those. We just want to make you aware of them, as they are the items that we are looking at as we continue to work on fine-tuning our budget for fiscal year 26, and just see if you had any questions.
10.2, fiscal year 26 property insurance renewal.
Act 3. So we do not actually have the insurance renewal yet from our current partner, APIP. However, our broker has received word from them that it will not be a significant increase over last year. Last year, you'll remember, it was $389,000 for our property insurance. There are no changes to deductibles. There are no changes to percentages. There's a little increase in assessed valuation, which we would expect to make sure that we have the right amounts insured. We are asking you tonight to approve renewal with APIP for an amount not to exceed $425,000. We do not believe it will be much above 400, but again, we just don't have that, and we do need to get this underway so that we can bind this in time for our July 1st renewal.
So a motion to approve the renewal of property insurance not to exceed 425,000.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.3, Series 2025 Bond Funds Investment Advisory Agreement.
Hi again. Thank you, Deb, for putting all these on here for me. So this is, we're asking you to consider this agreement with a separate division of Piper Sandler. It's their bond, not the bond advisory team. It's an investment services team. I did meet with the gentleman last week, along with Dustin and Clayton, to talk about what they would do for us. And this is to actively manage our idle funds to maximize those investments. This is what they do. This is their job. They will use the draw schedule that our provider or our architect and construction manager partners will share to make sure that we meet the cash flow and meet all of the timing and those types of things. But they are going to be actively managing this. In addition to just actively managing it, there are a lot of laws and regulations on what this money can be invested in, and they are well versed in that piece as well. And it's also something that not a lot of agencies, like a local bank, would not take on $127 million or $104 million to invest for us. There are just specific partners in the market that would do this. So we're asking for this specific agency for us to enter into this contract, the life of the active piece of the construction, about 3 years, until those funds are completed. And Dustin, I don't know if you want to share anything else.
Yeah, that was, I mean, well described. I mean, I always say this is, certainly not required, number one. And then just to be pretty candid here, I think what we find is, if not managed, I think it's up to the district then to evaluate and make some investment decisions on their own, which $100 million, I think the key part from any school district is, are we keeping it safe? Are we keeping it secure, and are we maximizing dollars available for construction? And so what we have found is this service is, to some extent, a service of convenience to make sure that school districts are meeting those requirements as described by state law with respect to what can be invested in, while also making sure that the investments are aligned with when the district needs money, to making sure that we're maximizing the dollars that are being earned during the construction period.
I did have one quick question. As we look at the firm, I was curious, is this a firm that specializes in bond management for school districts? Is that really a core principle of the firm, or is it just one of the aspects they deliver I wasn't familiar with when I looked with?
Yeah, so it's actually within Piper Sandler, we have a group that does this specifically for governmental entities only.
Okay.
That's their primary focus.
Excellent. That's what, but it is, so it is an umbrella of Piper Sandler, but it is completely separate from our bond counsel in that way.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
It's our investment advisory services that only specifically work with governmental entities.
Excellent. Okay, that's just so I wanted to be sure to know.
Good question.
How often will we be able to get feedback, like kind of what you guys are doing, and how often can we expect that?
So that was one of the questions that I asked Greg. That's a great question. And they are available to us as often as we want to meet. And the gentleman that I spoke with, it's he and his team. We will definitely have monthly touch bases, if not sooner, and kind of see how are we doing, what are we investing in. We get to make a lot of decisions in this as well, as far as like how much are we comfortable with putting in a little bit longer term, how much do we want to make sure that we hold out for overruns or whatever. And we have a lot of say in the process. It's just using their expertise to make sure that we're doing this correctly and we're protecting the money. But I could give a monthly update. I'll probably put it in Dr. Huff's monthly update to all of you of, hey, here's what we've invested and here's what we've achieved at this point. We also have, for you guys, the internal bond management tool. We'll be updating that as well, of all the different projects and where we're at on that and the amount of money that we've earned and put in the bank, basically.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think it's a great resource, and I definitely don't want to. I don't want to not take it, but I am a little concerned with the. Essentially, we would be doing that in house, where there'd be more oversight from the community. So I just want to make sure that we find a way that decisions that are kind of talked about in those groups or anything like that, that we find a way to. Even if it's just a touch base in the finance committee, Dr. Huff's report.
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure the community is also up on those, because we are kind of taking that out of, like, it won't be as easy to go to Piper Sandler and have that conversation or sit in those meetings. So I just want to make sure.
No, and that's really great point, Greg. Is, like I said, that is the one thing, the assurance they had is we are at your beck and call. You are our customer, and if you have questions about your account or you want to make changes or you want to give us advice, strategy and all of those things, that they can adjust just like that. But they'll be actively managing it so that, as the markets change, again, there's a limited number of things we can invest in with municipal funds, but it is something that they can see the breadth of all of those things. The other option is for us to leave it in the MIP, which is not as big of a return on investment as it would be as someone who's actively managing it. So that would be, we've done that in the past with smaller amounts, but I think with what we're trying to achieve and the projects we're trying to make sure we get on the books, that this is really smart way for us to give as much as we can back to our community.
No, they've done a fantastic job, so I definitely want to take advantage of it if we can.
I'm going to add to this just a little bit too. You kind of touched on a little bit. There's two things here. One is maximizing return. They're going to get a better return than we're going to get in-house. And two, it's a complex series of draws. That's why we have a construction management firm. That's why we have Piper Sandler, because you got to match up when you need the money to have that money available in a fluid state, so we can get it to the people who need the money, who are giving us the bills. So we recognize we're educators, and we do want the oversight. That's going to be our job. And so I mentioned earlier we're going to have a bond page. I don't think it's outlandish to say that we can have a very broad overview of where our funds are as part of that bond page, so that anytime the public can go and see, okay, here's where the funds are. And so one of the things that I have a goal of, that we had talked about this morning actually, is it'd be nice also for our public to see the efficiency of our use of the funds. Because as we have talked about early on, we do have more projects that we hope to get to by saving money along the way. As for instance, orchestra rooms at the middle schools. We want to renovate some spaces and build new spaces. The only way we can do that is by efficiently using the funds. And we want to show along the way that we are, say in elementary school, we think is going to cost us $46 million. There is a contingency on that. Let's say we can spend $42 million on it. We can show that on the website that this is where we're going towards, and then here are the additional funds we'll be able to use for these other projects that we had not promised, but said we hope to get to. So yes, that is our goal, is to be very transparent and also to give those details as much as possible. So that's our charge.
I would make a motion to approve.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.4, Series 2025 Bond Funds Tax Compliance Service Agreement.
One more thing. So this is for our partners at Gilmore and Bell to help us manage all of the compliance that comes along with this bond. Things like arbitrage, which are the earnings that we can make on these idle funds, and making sure we don't owe taxes, make sure that we don't spend our money not inappropriately, but like that we don't spend it on paying for fees or things like that that we maybe aren't aware of. So they are well-versed in this. The contract is for $12,000. They will handle all the reporting. They will handle all of the things that are to make sure that we are in compliance with our tax exemption on these bonds. So that's what we're proposing.
How long is the agreement for?
For the life of the, is it for the life of the active funds, basically, until we close the bond, which usually is 3 or 4 years. But they will also help us prepare those final documents that we have to file at the end of that as well. Yep, so arbitrage, closeout reports, and what did you say? Final written allocations, so, which are all reporting that we must do. So, thank you, Shelby. Any other questions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All those in favor? None opposed.
All right, thank you very much.
10.5, Series 2025 Bond Project Safety and Security.
This is one of our first projects outside of the bond for safety and security. Strategic is a badge alert system for all the staff and district-wide. It was demonstrated to the construction committee in April and approved to move forward to, finance, sorry. Losing my brain on that one. Apologize. This is a single source supplier, but it was available on the TIPS cooperative purchasing program. All of the Johnson County schools currently are in the process, if not already in strategic. So this is an ongoing system in our area. Went well with our construction committee team, seeing it in action and how it worked. The initial purchase will be paid by bond, which will be the parts and material and 1 year of service, with an additional 4 years will be paid out of capital improvement program. We're anticipating a fall delivery to the staff of USD 231.
So just as a point of familiarity here, this is the badge. You press it once, it brings help to the classroom from within the building. You press it multiple times, it calls the cavalry and locks the building down. Olathe was the first one that did Centegics probably in the country. They love it. They loved it so much that the rest of Johnson County has followed along behind. Teachers have really enjoyed this. I think it's a pretty simple first step for us.
If I can add a couple things for you. One of the bonus parts of this purchase is it offers a similar visitor management system that we currently have with another vendor. We're currently on contract with that'll expire at the end of the month. So that'll save us a little bit of money by not renewing with that company. It's a little bit of new product, but it's almost identical to what we've been using, better. And it also has connectivity with our Power School, which is nice that things talk to each other appropriately. Just for a quick reference, it's 3 times. Okay. 1 time could be accidental. 3 times, you're going to get a lot of notification for some potential assistance in your room. And then 8 times is when it's like touching the blue buttons here. People from local law enforcement and fire and rescue and so forth start showing up at the doors.
It was, during the construction, Tom and I were there for the presentation, as well as obviously Mark and the rest of the team. The technology is pretty remarkable, but what they talked about in response to response times and how that impacted and how quickly in some of these crisis times that staff was able to get assistance quickly and help to downplay that. I think it's going to be a tremendous asset for all those teachers in that regards, and not having to send someone out, not having to grab the phone, not having to do all these things, so they can still make the impact that they can as a one-to-one level, but then call in help. It was pretty eye-opening, some of the things he shared and the way that he displayed that, and all the technology that's wrapped around it that we'll have from the dashboard side. So I think this is a pretty exciting change for the district as a whole, but the teachers especially, and help in those times that they need it the most.
And the product is not limited to just your home space. It's essentially Bluetooth. So if a teacher's out on recess in the playground, or if they're somewhere else in the building, it activates, it's going to alert the people that receive that signal to their proper location in real time. And who it is, yeah.
It's high tech, but it doesn't require, it's not real sophisticated operating.
Low tech to use.
Yes, the best of both worlds.
And on top of this matches up with our overall philosophy, and that is that we want to buy time for the good guys to get here. We have a good relationship with the Johnson County Sheriff's Department and the Gardner Police Department. And we have assurances from the Gardner Police Chief as well as the Johnson County Sheriff that they will indeed respond, and the first person that shows up is going to be charging into the building. So this matches up with what we believe we have as support from our local law enforcement and fire. So it's a good combination.
The last thing I'll say is in our team discussions, we've been talking about the importance of being able to show something almost immediately for the positive vote that we received this spring. Call it low-hanging fruit, if you will, whatever, but we believe we can get this operational by the start of the school year, and that's good for our staff, and it's good for our community to be able to see the immediate impact.
I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.6, executive session for confidential student information.
Katie's back. Thank goodness. I think we
I did
spread
it and
out
I
over a
fumbled
couple
all through it.
Nobody's as good as you.
Right. They're both
Motion to go into executive session to discuss confidential student information pursuant to the exception relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 7 o'clock. The board would like to invite Dr. Marshall, Dr. Huff, Dr. Booth, and Shay Carter into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. Back in session. 10.7, executive session for negotiations.
10 minutes.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's professional negotiation priorities and parameters with its chief negotiators pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 7:10 PM. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Amy Drogemeyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's professional negotiation priorities and parameters with its chief negotiators pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 7:25 PM. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Amy Drogemeyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's professional negotiation priorities and parameters with its chief negotiators pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under COMA, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 7:40 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, Mark Meyer, and Amy Drogemeyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.8, ratification of teacher negotiated agreement for 2025-2026 school year.
Okay, before I actually turn this back over to Tom to consider the action item, I just wanted to take a moment to thank GNEA and the board negotiations team. We wrapped up negotiations on May 5th, and the GNEA concluded their voting on May 22nd. We had a great response. 377 of our certified staff members participated in the voting. 359 voted yes. That's over a 95% approval. I know the leadership team would like to extend our gratitude to all the members of both GNEA and the board negotiation team. Special thanks to Tom, Greg, and Lana for leading our group, providing a lot of guidance. Also thank GNEA, the entire leadership team, as well as our teachers. And we appreciate the support throughout the process from Deb Starling, Daphne Pippett, and Patrick Hayes. As has been the case over the last several years, the negotiation process produced several important and meaningful outcomes for our staff. We will now ask the board to consider these important outcomes on the behalf of all of our employees. We believe these actions underscore how much the board members and the administrative team respect and value our amazing staff, especially those out in the buildings on the front lines. These action items demonstrate the commitment to honoring the important work they do. So Tom has identified item 10.8. So we respectfully propose action to approve the contract negotiated between the USD 231 Board of Education and Gardner Edgerton National Education Association as ratified by the teachers. The negotiated contract shall include certified salaries for the 25-26 school year, which allow one vertical step on the certified salary schedule for returning certified staff and one horizontal step on the 25-26 supplemental salary schedule for staff members returning to the same supplemental assignment.
Action to approve the contract negotiated between the USD 231 Board of Education and the GENEA as ratified by the teachers.
Second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.9, consideration of special education hard-to-fill stipend for 2025-2026.
Again, we respectfully propose the USD 231 Board of Education approve special education hard-to-fill stipends for the 25-26 school year in the amounts of $750 for paraeducators and $1,000 for special ed certified staff. A staff member must have been employed as of August 1, 2025, and remain continuously employed through the end of the 25-26 school year. Payment of the stipends will be made through the established payroll schedule and will be prorated for FTE and or early termination resignation based on actual days worked. Returning staff in these same positions will receive hard-to-fill stipends in the same amount as the 24-25 school year.
Action to approve the hard-to-fill stipends for special education paraeducators and special education certified staff.
I'll second. Oh.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.10, classified employee support staff, advanced tech center, and technology department staff compensation.
We respectfully request the Board of Education approve an increase to eligible support, advanced tech center, and technology staff members' base hourly or annual rate of pay. This increase will apply to identified and eligible classified advanced tech center and tech staff employed during the 24-25 school year. We propose an increase of 5.25% for those physically employed on or before December 31st, 2024, and a 3.75% increase for those physically employed between January 1 and June 30, 2025. The increased rate of pay will be on their base hourly or annual rate of pay and will be effective July 1, 2025.
Action to approve employee salary increase for the 2025-2026 school year for all eligible staff members continuously employed with the district Increases will be on their 2024-2025 rate of pay and will be effective July 1st, 2025.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.11, Administrator Contracts.
Respectfully request the USD 231 Board of Education approve 26 salaries for returning administrative staff by increase of 5% for non-cabinet members and 4.75% for cabinet members above their 2024-2025 base salary.
Action to approve increased compensation for returning administrative employees for their 2025-2026 school year. Compensation to be increased by 5% for non-cabinet administrators and 4.75% for cabinet level administrators above their 2025-2026 base salaries.
Second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.12, retention incentive pay for 2025-2026.
All right, here we go. Respectfully propose the USD 231 Board of Education approve $750 retention incentives for the 25-26 school year. An eligible employee must have been physically employed as of June 30th, 2025, and remain continuously employed through the end of the 25-26 school year. Payment to eligible employees will be paid as part of a regular payroll in January 2026. The amount will be prorated for early termination resignation based on actual days worked.
Action to approve the retention incentives for staff physically employed as of June 30th, 2025, and continuously employed through the end of the 2025-2026 school year. All those in favor? None opposed.
Thank you.
$10.13, executive session for personnel.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:05 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed.
Motion to go into executive session to discuss the Human Resources Personnel Report pursuant to non-elected personnel exception under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:10 p.m. The board would like to invite Dr. Huff, Dr. Marshall, Dr. Booth, and Mark Meyer into executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. Back in session, and on to 10.14, action on personnel.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the personnel as presented.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 10.15, executive session for personnel, superintendent's contract.
Do we want to do
15? 15 minutes?
15? All right. Motion to go into executive session to discuss the superintendent's contract pursuant to confidential personnel exceptions under coma, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 8:30 PM. The board would like to invite Dr. Jody Marshall, Dr. Ben Booth into executive session. And Amy.
I'll second.
All those in favor? None opposed. All right, we're back in session and on to 10.16, action on personnel superintendent's contract.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
As amended?
That's what I said, but,
Oh, I'm sorry, as amended.
oh, I was right.
As
Okay.
I'm presenting to her.
Motion to approve as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 11.1, adjournment of meeting.
Make motion.
A second.
All those in favor? None opposed. 12.1, the next regular organizational scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Monday, July 14th, 2025 at 6 p.m.